It also gives me a chance to make sure that the stream's working. And it is. Excuse me. Actually, I drank a lot of my water. I sat it down in front of me. And hello. I'm opening Phoenix Point, sorry. Which is another fine...
in what may be
another fine strategy game by Julian Gollop. Well, not another by Julian Gollop is not involved in Phantom Brigade beyond perhaps providing some inspiration. Definitely not the game I had in mind, though. There it is. Round 2. Apologies to the YouTube crowd for this. I know I've really been trying to get things started. I have noticed that what's usually happened is that my talking has just sort of drifted into different parts of the broadcast. I don't know if the Hollow Knight cast on Friday was better or worse for it, but it seems to be the way it's going. I'm always happy when I see this logo. Well, we can talk a little bit about the developer if you want, but as always, it's early access. Welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help in shaping its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out the Early Access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade, reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Seizure warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. Powered by WWIs. I guess, no, sorry, it would not WW1. I guess it would be WWIs. I gotta ask how to pronounce that. And of course, it can't be said enough. I was granted a key to play this for promotional purposes from Brace Yourself Games. I was done the same for Industries of Titan, which actually, I guess, kind of got the short end of the stick again, because Phantom Brigade sort of turned into my regular Monday game. But that's fine, because we will... I definitely have plans for Industries of Titan. And both are really great games. For those of you that are not familiar with Brace Yourself Games, they are the people who also created Cadence of Hyrule and Crypto the Necrodancer. I don't recall if there's other titles, but I think that is the extent of their developments for now. But they are the Katamari of indie games. They seem to keep growing and growing, and as the tweet for the stream indicated, it's a bottomless well of talent. There are, if you play a lot of indie games, there are some very familiar names there. For instance, Andy Nguyen for Industries of Titan. I believe the first game of his that I played was Monaco, What's Yours Is Mine. And again, it's not just that, but a really interesting developer just in terms of how much they share and sort of participate with their community. If you go to their Discord, which I highly recommend, you can, you can't, it's not just that you interact with people who love their games, but there is a really active sort of game development section as well, sort of branching off of the Clark tanks, which were hosted by their founder, Ryan Clark. The Clark tanks are no longer going on Twitch, but I believe there are going to be more deep dive videos on YouTube in the future. And they've been, even as someone who doesn't really make games, I found them very educational, because it's interesting to sort of see what goes on for a lot of these developers who consistently seem to be making things that I really enjoy. And Mad King Brutus has actually got it right here. Phantom Brigade should be a regular game, full stop. If I did not have other things that I had committed to playing I would actually be playing this game pretty much every day of the week. And when I'm not playing Phantom Brigade, I would probably be playing Industries of Titan. But every once in a while, I think people would like to see Hollow Knight is the story I'm getting. But hey, Remarkable Frisbee, I'm glad that you're here for another stream. Things are going okay. It's always a good day when I'm doing Phantom Brigade, and I did say that I wanted to try and start things a little bit earlier. But this game, again, it is in early development, and it's still fairly new. So, we're currently enjoying the quality of life update called Mechan at Work. It is the first sort of big patch that this game has gotten. I don't know if patch is the right... whether patch, update, however you want to put it. Hey, Red Dragon, 421st of his name. You want to see Chalk play Rust? Rust is one of the few games that I looked at and... like, it really didn't work for me when I tried it. I don't know. Maybe I should make it like some donation goal to a charity stream or something like that. All respect to Facepunch Studios. They really seem to... It's not just that they've done something impressive with it, but I mean, that game is fairly old now, and that thing has kind of gotten a new life on Twitch. I actually think the way that they play it on Twitch might be more interesting to me. But yeah, definitely the default like bass player experience of Rust for me was not quite the sort of thing that interests me in games. But I don't know, maybe I should give it another try. I feel like I shouldn't badmouth a game. I feel like there should always be a positive follow-up rather than just kind of dumping on a given game. So got into a streamer server, probably wouldn't play publics. Yeah. So I think we're in the same boat. Anyways, sorry, I got a little sidetracked. It is fair to say Phantom Brigade's still very much in its early stages, so we are looking forward to the campaign update, which will be arriving this month if everything goes according to plan. They're advertising diverse combat scenarios, new narrative event, new combat environment. The Arsenal update was probably the one I was most looking forward to. Melee, I am very interested in seeing what Melee 2.0 looks like, but I am also interested in the new weapon types because I think that those are going to be messing around with some of the strategies that I've been sort of locking myself into. And then if you take a look at the forecasted features, I think this did get an update, not between like the last stream, but I do think there are a couple of things that have come in, and I noticed them coming up in the comments a whole lot. Combat replay, probably the most requested feature, and almost certainly something that will be implemented, but of course isn't essential to the game. I'm sure it's a lot more interesting to look at combat replays of rounds that you're super proud of. As an aside, by the way, Mad King Brutos just he is an endless source of really cool screenshots for this game. So it is a very shareable game. Pilot progression, invader nemesis, localization support, gamepad support, dynamic weather, and more. And of course, places to reach the developers. Have you ever looked into playing Sunless Sea or Sunless Skies? Same writer as Cultisa. I do, yeah, definitely know the origins of the game. So I actually played a little bit of Sunless Sea on stream. There are a couple of things that actually made it not... So I do kind of want to come back to it. There were a couple of things... I don't want to go too... again, I really try to avoid too many negative comments on things. I do think Sunless Sea was an example of the fans of a game sometimes being a game's worst enemy in terms of broadcasting it. And it's a hard one for me to elaborate without me sounding too cranky. But I'll actually admit, I was one of the people who didn't care that much for Sunless Sea when I first played it. I actually thought it was a little too punishing at the start, and I didn't quite get into it the way other people did. But I'm now into the game. Like, I really enjoy it now. I think I kind of just needed to get that sort of escape velocity out of the first sort of painful deaths. So I'm very fond of that game now. But I talk so much about the approach I was going to take here, but I need to remember what I was going to do. I think it was... this. And Sunless Sky was a Kickstarter backer on, so I definitely feel a need to do that. Not just a Kickstarter backer, actually. I was given an early copy for the testing because I had a Mac. Although I should mention that Sunless Sky does not actually share the same writer. He had left the company to found Weather Factory by the time Skies was a thing. To speak that name. Are you Sunless Sea? No. Have you been on the same save? Yes, I have. And I believe the way that they are making this game is they're trying to make the save files compatible to the same... I believe they're trying to make the save file compatible between... between, like, different patches. That escape velocity that you talk about is also something you find introducing people to Cultist Simulator. Absolutely. And I mean, so both Sunless Skies as well as Cultist Simulator talk about how they try to overcome those problems. Oh, did I repair my mechs? I bet you I didn't. Oh, it looks like I did. Oh, sorry, Uncle Cranky. Sorry, I wasn't. Sorry, I was out to lunch. Mad King Brutus. He stops by every once in a while. I think probably the hours of. I know he's back to working, which is good news overall. Obviously, people's day-to-day life is much more important than whether or not they can show up to streams. But obviously, you know, time zones could become a. You probably get a chance to watch him more often than I do now that I think of it, Mad King Brutus. But yeah, it's actually been really interesting, Markable Frisbee, just because the number of people who stop by YouTube and talk about Cultist Simulator and the most common questions that keep coming up. I mean, I still also get people who are like, "Oh, stop talking over the game," but I'm like, I got nothing else, right? I'm not a big streamer. I'm niche, and it's better to lean into that niche rather than. Oh, well done, Frisbee. I still don't have all that. Good point. I know I'm following you. Well, it's different types too, right? Like, obviously, when I do a shout out for people, speaking of, this won't be like super enthusiastic just because I want to get on with the battle. But I should mention that Mad King Brutus has gotten back into streaming and has done Phantom Brigade. So if you guys are looking for more Phantom Brigade content, particularly if you find my hours a little bit off for your own interests, Mad King Brutus has been a real gentleman in my chat, and I got a chance to play some Mass Effect with him. I got a chance to watch him set up got a chance to watch him set up with Stardew Valley. And then I also got a chance to watch him play Phantom Brigade, and he's the same person I was talking about who's kind of giving me this nice stream of big plays in Phantom Brigade. So normally around this point I would be adjusting my different mechs, but it is listed as easy. So let's just jump into combat, and I can worry about improving the builds next time. How you doing, Night Valian? Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking so long here? Surround them and finish them off. So 5 enemies on the field, no reinforcements. What are we up against? 2 mechs, a tank. It says 5 contacts though. Oh! They're actually surrounding me this time. And this feels like a familiar map, but I think all the placements are different. So normally what I do on this map is I sort of run around the center area here and use that for cover. That may not be as viable of an option with the group that we're up against right now. By the way, I got to admit, I sometimes mistake, like sometimes I won't say hi to Night Valiant or Mad King Brutus at the start of a stream because they both tend to come in fairly early. Oh, this guy's got an assault rifle, so if we can scrap him, like if we can take him out without destroying him, looks like we got 2 with an assault rifle. Man, that's a lot of mechs. Okay, hopefully we're gonna be able to take out a couple of these without without destroying the weapon, because I could really do with an upgrade. But yeah, I do sometimes mistake Mad King Brutus and Night Valiant because at least in my chat they have the same color. And I genuinely feel terrible because they're both really regular at coming into the stream, and I'm really happy to see both of them. So, yeah. Anyways, Night Valiant is also a broadcaster. I completely forgot what I was watching you. Like I just saw it wasn't that long ago. What the hell were you playing recently? You finished Kathy Rain, and I was like recording an Oblivion episode. Oh, that's right. I like to incept it and call it BPM per minute. So, but thank you for the kind words, guys. I mean, obviously talking is the thing that people sort of said that they liked about the stream originally, and it's nice to be able to have at least a group of people who are into that. But I mean, it is fair to say, like, if things are just, I try not to be too unreasonable with the deletes on YouTube, but I definitely do tend to delete a lot of comments, which are specifically directed towards the talking. So suffice to say, not everyone is into it, but I mean, these are not people who are going to be watching the broadcast regularly, so it's not, I don't feel the same obligation to, to please them that I do all of you. All right, so let's talk about the approaches we're going to be taking here. So part of this, there's 2 reasons I want to do this. Number 1, melee attacks just look cool. Number 2, this is a chance for me to get an early attack in. It might even wind up working on both of them. Now, this is a relatively light mech, so a standard collision. Actually, this works pretty well. So this is a heavier mech, but it's a melee assault. And if I do wind up bonking this guy, we're equal weight, and the dash might be improving things. I can stream Snake and make it interesting. I don't know about that. You found a bazooka in it, and I was, oh no! I'm sorry, Night Valiant. Hopefully, the Oblivion episode will make up for it. For those of you who haven't chatted, please do check. Like, so when I shout out people, I know I gave shorter shout outs this time around. I think I'm going to overheat if I do. There's no think about that. That's a spicy meatball. Okay. I think what I'm going to do here, so the melee move is maybe a little cowardly, but it's what I need at the moment. So running over, I'm going to do a hit on these 2. And basically this is so that I can get the melee unit in a position where it's fairly easy to get behind some cover. All right, thank you, Mad King Brutus. That was not a request for you to change your colors, but it's gonna help me. I mean, now if I don't say hi to you, there's no excuse. I can't blame it on Valiant anymore. Maybe it's better for me to wait for the melee strike. Well, if I do that, it's the same problem. I think I'll take my chances with I think I'll take my chances with the existing setup. So the idea here is that what's attacking this marksman. Sorry, I'm not calling them mechs by their actual by their pilots or their model names, but I believe it is the. Do I have that right? Maybe it's this unit. Yep. Okay. My bad. So it's this unit over here that's doing the attack. So I can stand behind the cover. I can pop off some long-range shots against the enemy. One thing I want to be conscious of course, is I don't want to have my melee unit running in front of the bullets, and I obviously don't want to have my lance, my armored unit, frontline unit, shot in the back by the marksman. So I'm gonna have to check that out. Oop. Why make it easier for you? I gotta read chat and play to be interesting. I don't know. That's fine. I'm just gonna ignore you all. You're trying to make life hard for me. All right, so we've got a couple of marksman shots. Now again, I'm allowing for the possibility that these are going to fail and hit the hill, but I think if nothing else, we should be hitting them on the upper bodies. So there's two things that we've accomplished with this, which is number one, any attacks that were coming towards the melee unit and the marksman have been addressed. I don't think there was anything coming after the melee unit anyway, but I've got them in a somewhat safer spot. We're doing some damage to the guys on the side. And now the rest of this is really a matter of cleaning up between the unit with an assault rifle and then the unit with a shield. Now, my preference would have been to move everyone within the city to start, causing some trouble. But as it happens, it looks like most of the attention is actually being drawn towards my sort of my shield bearer. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm actually going to start defensively. And this is going to be one of these cases where I try and make it easy for my allies to get some. Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky, but I can make life easier for myself over here. All right, so this is going to be a little wacky, but basically I'm going to walk through. There's a chance. Okay, I want to slightly adjust how I'm doing that. So basically the idea here is that with my big shield bearing boss, I want to make sure. So the idea here is that I'm going to be, I guess the point of impact's over there. Yeah, screw it. So I'm going to basically just try and scoop everyone up. I'm a little worried that the marksman's going to hit my own unit, but I think I'm willing to do the experiment in this case. Now, this next one's going to be a little wonky. I'm not 100% sure how I want to play this. So I think there's too much activity going on in the middle right now. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm actually going to run this guy up. So I'm taking advantage of the fact that nobody's really paying attention to them. And what I really want to try and do here is get them in play and get them doing as much damage as possible to anybody in the field. It's like the fact that half of the turn is not being spent shooting at people kind of makes me sad. I'm shooting through a building still. Okay, so actually I don't like this approach. If I go up the middle, and I just wait. Well, I'm not too poorly positioned, but I think they are gonna have their revenge when the next turn starts. Okay, it's not the most inspiring starting turn, but we'll see what we could do. System, how long do you think it'll take you to get 4,000 more bits to send? I see. The safest bet for me is 2 weeks because that's how often I get paid. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I don't even pay attention to the bit badges. I'm glad that Twitch does a better job of promoting bits. I also need to figure out what to do with channel points. Right now, I'm just letting you guys use emotes, but I should figure that stuff out. Let's see how this turns out. I'm particularly interested in seeing what happens with the shield. Okay, that worked out pretty well. So we didn't completely sweep them up. But this guy is crashing out. Oh, they're both crashing out. So this guy is in some serious trouble. So I wonder if I can make the magic happen. Okay, does anybody else want to hit them? No. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make something of a guess that this unit's going to get blown away by the shotgun. I'm going to wait out the duration of the shots. And what I'm going to do afterwards is just get them to run as close as possible into the main fight. I'll see if I can get them to do any attacks. Yeah, there's nothing in range. Okay, so melee unit, I'll be honest with you, I would not have expected this unit to be coming in for a round 2, but life's full of surprises. This is something of a matter of survival that this unit fall. Huh. So if I do that, it's a start. So effectively, I'm ignoring this side of the battlefield after this round. So let's take a look at who hates. Okay, well, this guy's already surrendering, so they're gonna do a bunch of shot. Yeah, they basically just want to get some. They want to let this marksman know that they're really upset with them, and then they're gonna call it. So what I'm gonna do with the marksman, I'm gonna move him up just to a slightly better position defense-wise. I gotta wait for the attacks to finish. I should be able to make a nuisance of myself on this side of the map. That's a long range. Okay, let's not get crazy. So my favorite would be jump on top of the roof. Right into the crossfire like an idiot. Okay, so how long do I need to wait for them to... I'm pretty sure if I try and take a shot now, I'm going to burn up. Oh, pff. They're still not in... Yeah, there's no point in doing that. Okay. So I will wait out the... I'll still wait out the aggression. That seems to make the most sense. But then I'm going to go around the edge. Okay. I got to move a little more aggressively. The big question is how do I position myself afterwards? So it's all well and good for me. Oh, they're going to collide with their own guy. It's all well and good for me to do a move like that, but at some point there's going to be another turn and I'm going to need an answer. You know what? I'll wait it out. And one thing I might wind up doing with this unit is... So one, I get to keep them in reserve in case things didn't work out on this side of the map. But I might actually be able to put them on a hill somewhere here and shoot into the city. Okay, so I just think it's my assault rifle that needs a job. So it's one set of assault rifle attacks kind of halfway through the turn. And the biggest thing I want to do with that, if I can, I'd like to be able to get myself into a position where I'm putting some fire on this guy while I'm dodging his comrade. So I'm thinking maybe something like this. Okay, so I gotta worry about heat too. Okay, so that's not gonna give me enough cover, sadly. So if I take this a totally different direction, and I do something like this, so they still wind up shooting through buildings. Yeah, this is going to seem really weird, but it's going to work out pretty well. Okay, so I want to find the earliest time that I can start unloading on him. Okay, too hot. And then I wind up shooting through buildings. Well, even if there's only a little bit of chip damage, I think I can live with that for today. So as before, I am a little curious what happens on this side of the map first. Okay, that guy should be out of the play. This guy has crashed. I didn't really get to see what happened to the rest of my guys, so. Alright, this... Oh, so this guy's inactive. That's great. So we've got an intact... Oh no, sorry, that's the... Sorry, that is the truck. So that guy hasn't taken too much damage. This guy hasn't really taken anything. So I am a bit lucky in the sense that this guy seems to be wasting his turn on my assault rifle. Now this isn't a... Like... This isn't completely bananas on the part of the AI, because notice what they're doing. They're keeping me from being able to move all that, like... Maybe I can pose this as a question for... I can pose this as a question for chat. Would you want to defend your mech with a building that looks like this? Yeah, actually, it occurred to me. So, Mad King Brutus, I know this is a later message, but Mad King Brutus raises an interesting point, which is that the subs are the people who generate channel points at higher rates. And oh, this guy's very brave. Okay, that actually creates a couple of problems for me. Let's see if we can get my... Yeah, if I run into a mountain, that doesn't help me. Okay, so my best bet is to dash to safety. Burn up to safety. Okay. Say we do one of these. It's still a late time to start that dash. I wonder if I can get a little closer. They pretty much start that attack right away, don't they? Well, not really. So it's the... Basically, I want to be in cover at the 1.2 second mark. So the dash on its own takes what? Ah, okay, so that takes about a 1... that's where the problem lies. So let's do this based on heat. That's about as... I don't think I could time that any closer, so... works for me. And the nice thing about this is once this attack is done, so I'll wait it out. I'll wait it out and I'll face the attacker just to avoid any reckless damage. And the nice thing about this is I get to make the move on... Oh, physics. I get to make the attack. This is starting up for next round, but still, that's going to be a good hit on the bad guy. But yeah, it's not lost on me that the subscribers actually, like, they already have access to the emotes, so it probably doesn't mean as much that they get access to channel points. Okay. So this is kind of a no-brainer. This is just time for my big scary mech to walk up, look the bad guy in the eye, and deliver. There might I am curious if there's a slightly more clever version of this. Now we wind up smashing into each other. So what I kind of wanted to see was... I wanted to see if I had a sneaky way that I could get behind this guy and blow away the pilot. But again, I don't need to be particularly sophisticated in my approaches here. Basically, I just wait for them to start moving. And fill them full of shotgun. This is a very narrow window for this guy to get some shots in. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't normally want to move them. No, it doesn't work that way. I wouldn't normally want to move them quite like this, but I need to take advantage of the opening when it comes. So basically, they get a bunch of shots on the side, and what I'm going to do sort of for compensation, because this unit's currently sort of running around unchallenged, I want to see if I can get a nice little pot shot on... Yep. And not too much of a heat cost, although they might have this... Yeah, it looks like they do have this... Hills. I use them myself, so I can't complain too loudly. Yeah, see, that closes the window. Okay. One of these. The question is, how far can I move before I have to take the shot? I don't think that works. Oh. Now we're thinking with portals. So it's a long-range shot, but Oh. It's a real long-range shot. Well, still, 82%, I'll take it. I am a bit exposed for the next turn, but... Random fact of the day, Cleopatra was born in 69 BC in Egypt. That means that she was born closer to the release date of the TV show Friends than when the first pyramids were built. Why Friends? I've never seen it. I hear about it all the time, but... that is a neat fact. Okay. So... Why not? Fair enough. So we come back to the original question that I posed to chat was, do you really want to rely on this building to defend your mech? And my answer to that is no. So what I'm basically going to do here is I'm not even all that worried about whether or not they're in the optimal range. I really just want to get as much firepower out while I can. I'm willing to guess if I try, yeah. I think I'll just have to accept things as they are. It is the room of TV shows. I know people will say this revokes my movie card, but I haven't seen The Room either. Okay, so melee units coming in to clean up on that side. Should be able to use the sidearm on... Oh, not without burning up. Okay. Let's see how this turns out. I didn't see any connect. I don't think I see any connection on that side. They're really giving it their all, though. This guy still wants to play. Oh no! He's ejecting the round that I'm about to do a melee attack. I should feel a bit bad about it, but are we going to make the same mistake as last time? Is there any way that I can get that done even remotely closer? We get the connection at least. I think the rest of the turn should be spent getting in to finish the job over here. Move it up a little bit. So they're going to be replying. At this point, I think getting to safety is a slightly higher priority than getting the shots. I mean, assuming this guy is still kicking around. Gotta make sure I don't get in the way of my melee unit, but... So I'm gonna wait it out to finish the shot, and then I'm gonna move this unit to go and clean up on this side of the map if we need to. Let's just make sure nothing crashes. Yep. The day they decide to, they program the AI to handle melee with their own mechs, is the day you're going to be scared. I don't know what their plans are, but I have to assume that that would be on the roadmap after the new melee systems are implemented. I wouldn't see much sense in keeping it in, like, in its current form. Oh, that guy's out. Okay, so this guy should be ejecting. This guy's already down. What's going on here? Oh, so we just wait for We just wait for the victory eject. Cool. I was a little more nervous about that than I feel like I needed to be. 25 seconds duration, 604 damage taken, 6,624 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems on site, 80 actions planned, 993 meters traveled, 3 units destroyed, 166 supplies, and I want to see if I got any rifles. Yes. May not be enough, but there is a rifle on site. Yeah, we're probably not gonna wind up equipping it, but let's get the I don't normally associate the Hermes with repairs. Lance kind of always gets the repairs just because they've got the shield, but honestly though, you don't know if they could make it work. Given the nature of the game, the AI can't predict your moves, so they can't set the path or attack up for what you plan like we do. That is true. I suppose though, it's the same idea as like, yeah, so I think collisions, I'm not 100% sure how they'd work, but I'd put it to you this way, Brutos, like the AI sometimes seems to make decisions where you're like, well, that's kind of boneheaded. Why would anybody decide to do that? And like even in that case where I didn't move my unit behind the more flimsy concrete, a lot of the AI's decisions do seem to be ones that wind up putting you in a position where like this could just be me assigning kind of an intention where there isn't, but I get the impression that some of the AI moves are actually designed to prevent me from doing things that would be optimal. So you're right, like I don't really know whether or not the game would ever be to a point where you would assign melee attacks that had that like basically I guess it depends in terms of what the analysis is going to be as far as the potential costs, because clearly if you wind up in a situation where you can just run behind a wall and watch your opponent slam into it like some kind of a Looney Tunes cartoon, I would have a lot of fun with that. I would probably make like 100 GIFs out of that, but probably not quite the sort of thing you want to do in a tactical strategy game. But on the other hand, like especially when you take a look at the way that I've been using my own melee unit, like there's a lot of cases where it's pretty clear that if there was a melee unit in the area, there's not a whole lot that my unit could do to sort of protect itself from retaliation. So we'll see. I mean, this is the wonderful thing about game developers. They always wind up... This is actually where I got a really nice comment on feedback. This is a few years ago, but I was testing a game for someone and they said that they really liked the feedback. I think they actually asked permission to like share it in an email, but I don't think it was ever sent. At least I never saw the email. But they said that the feedback was really helpful because it was focused on how so it described what happened, and I described how it made me feel as opposed to prescribing solutions. Because like, what the hell do I know about making, I'll say Phantom Brigade as an example, but it wasn't the game that I got that feedback for. It was more, I pushed this button and I thought X was going to happen and Y happened instead, and I was pretty mad about it, or, something like that. I don't really think a developer is ever going to get a perfect insight into what's going on inside of your head. And if I say I expected this and I got that, and that made me really mad, they're able to sort of, they know all of the actions that are going on in the background to result in that particular response. This is at least my interpretation of sort of what their comment was. So being able to kind of talk about why, how something made you feel, or how you sort of responded to something in the game, expected or unexpected, I think is, at least from my narrow experience, has definitely been the kind of feedback that that's the most helpful. Because, I mean, it might also be the way that I'm built. Like, I am very analytical in my day-to-day life, but I just don't think, like, when it comes to games, I just don't really think in terms of saying, oh, you should double the HP on the shield. Like, what do I know? I'm assuming that the developer didn't just randomly pull the number for the shield HP. And then I'm assuming they can also maybe, I stream, so I know for a fact that a couple of people have looked at the streams. They're like, oh yeah, this is, we don't read your bug reports, we just watch your broadcast. But for that one, I started time stamping when I ran into stuff. But then you're able to say stuff as like, yeah, well, you're equipping kind of the lightest shield. It's a high regen shield. So in that case, it's just saying that, in this case, the problem isn't the shield doesn't have enough HP. The problem is that I, the player, assume that shield should have, it's built for something where it can only take a little bit of damage, but it comes back. And I, the player, for some reason had the interpretation that this shield is supposed to just take everything on it. And so either better communication or, manage expectations or anything along those lines. So all of this is a long way of saying is like, I don't know. I'd like to think that it's possible to get the AI to do Melee. And I think a lot of this is going to hinge on what happens in Melee 2.0. But we'll see. Like the one constant is that I've been often surprised by what developers come up with, and it's usually been a surprise on the positive side. So we'll see in a month, I guess. War Memorial. One of your pilots calls out for the mobile base to stop. In the field you're passing, she spotted the burned out wreckage of a mech. It's got our flag, but it doesn't look like one of ours, boss, she says. It must be an old model. Grass has grown over parts of it, and it looks in a terrible state, but you'll need to get closer for a proper look. Doesn't look too far from here. Shall we go take a look, one of your pilots ask? Investigate. It could be interesting. Ooh, that's really far out of our way. There isn't any urgency, so I think I'm going to continue the usual path, and then this actually works a little bit better for me because we get to cover more of the mountain. By the way, as an aside too, I actually felt really good when I got that email talking about the feedback, because like one of the appeals to me, if I do get to try something ahead of time, obviously when I stream something, I like being able to share it with you guys. But if it's in the context of testing, like obviously I want to try and be useful. If I'm able to look at something early, that's fun for me. And if I just kind of treat it as a new game to play, I'm sure there's some useful data that gets generated. But it was nice to, I don't know, it was just kind of nice to know that the intention behind what I was writing worked out. So we are going to take some time to review the troops and see what's going on. I'll start with the Hermes because it's potentially got an upgrade in the form of the assault rifle. Yeah, that's a big no. What about the left item? Nope. Oh, but there is a new body. Okay, so the Blackbird. So, I mean, we've got an arrow already, so this unit may not get it, but This Blackbird belongs to an experimental armor line developed by Tiatsu Industries. It is unknown whether a full body set exists or only a few partial designs have been cited. Only a few partial designs have been cited so far. Offers above average protection from the front owing to the shape deflection surfaces. Rarely used in close range combat due to weaknesses against modern targeting software. So lower barrier. Slightly heavier. Worse heat dissipation, but I suspect that we can probably change that through mods. Yeah, so I guess the... Oh man, this might actually be a good fit. So the overall protection is much higher. So a total of 668 versus the current total of, I guess, 476. So the current speed is 1985, 2130. Yeah, so we even get to go faster. And it just looks cool. Look at that. So first, most importantly, the livery. If you can't look cool playing this game, why would you do it, right? I guess it's ocean that I'm going for these. Oh, hey, and it actually finally starts to fit a little bit with the camo patterns on the legs. All right. Today is a good day. Although I'll admit that the skinny legs look a little silly on this guy now. I guess the surrendering a bit of the heat dissipation's a bit of a worry, but let's see what we've got here. So we currently have a regenerator. I'm guessing if I get rid of the... Okay, so in theory, let's say I did empty plating. 412, 176. You know, this is still about as protective. Yeah, okay, this is... I'm kind of getting into the danger zone here a little bit. But the thing is that the integrity that this gives me... Like, so the overall, like, defensive... So... I'm much faster, and the total amount of defense I get out of this thing is still higher than I got on the Arrow. So I think I'm going to run with this. I don't think there's any benefit to the... I mean, we could match the arms and legs, I guess, but... I gotta admit, it is a little tempting to throw these Nox lights on. So theoretically, if I did that... Oh man, 26? It's 281 versus 268. I don't think I'm going to get any better than the existing hydraulics. Alright, let's give it a shot. I'm a little worried about putting the skinny legs on this guy, but... And we did unlock a couple of good parts for the rest of the squad. And finally, I think the Hermes is finally living up to its name. So we've got a 1960, we got a 2602, 1517. Yes! The Hermes is back to being the fastest in the lot. I do kind of want to make it like golden, but I don't think I have the paints for it yet. So, okay, what am I gonna do with you? So first up is looking at the arrow. So we could give up some integrity. Okay, I'm not going to say I'm going to do it, but as a hypothetical, not worth it. I mean, there might be some adjustments that I could make. I think all the sniper rifles I've already considered. My Hermes is 26 and change. 2602. Okay, no real change to the sidearm. I think we've gone over the sniper rifles time and time again. There is a small argument for the midway. I think it was the fact that this thing took a really long time to fire. I don't know. How savory. Let's give it a shot. I have a feeling I'm going to learn why I didn't bring that sniper rifle previous times, but challenge accepted. Second you get home in 30 minutes, you're going to go faster than that. It's not a competition, damn it. All right. So this guy's already packing a Nox Heavy. So I'd knock off about 50 integrity. I'd have less power. Well, that's probably because I put on an overdrive core so I can get that back. Good heat dissipation. Again, I'm going to assume that's more of the Okay, well, hypothetically. Oof. Yeah, that's not happening. Where's... Alright, we're just going to leave all of that alone. I actually don't think there's anything I really want to be changing here right now. Which leaves the Sleipnir. Sleipnir. I'm never good at the pronunciation. Okay, so there might be a job for this arrow. No, it's got the Nox is just too good of a body. Wow, that is a really good body. What did I put in this thing? Okay. Currently with a passive heatsink, I need that for the speed. I'm happy with my blades. For some reason, I always think I can switch out this cut, but the damage is just not good enough. And again, I think I have a feeling I've really been kind of going over the same arms every single time. 422 to 140. I mean, so there's a side of me that really wants to put these legs on. But going from 422 to 121, especially on a mech like this is a little bit like in BattleTech. Like if you're running against a Locust, particularly if you play the first-person ones, like if you play Mech Warrior Online, like Locusts are a massive pain to deal with. But as soon as you take out one of their legs, it's game over. Like you might as well just like eject at that point. And I think it's the same story with my melee guy here. Like, I do kind of need to have a little bit of durability, so I can run out of the situation. So I'll admit I'm a little surprised that the other parts didn't find a home, but I'm reasonably happy with the loadout, and we get to experiment with the sniper rifle again. And the enemy is completely... No identification received. Targets continued closing in. Reinforcements needed. New wave on turn 4, so that might give my marksman a chance to make the magic happen. Because we are definitely out of range in... I'd love to get my guy on one of these things. Okay, this first turn is actually going to be to see whether or not I can... If there's any possible way for me to get on... Okay, so let's say I went here. It feels so close. So I might be able to do it if I like went up from this side over here. The question is like, am I really serving my team if I do it this way? So even if I could get this insane plan, well, I get a shot on someone. So if I just walk it, I mean, this is the nice thing about having really fast mechs. I might be able to outrun the enemy. It's not perfect, but it's a shot, and I get to see exactly how much damage that thing does. Okay, so cannon, autocannon, autocannon. So generally stuff we need to be scared of. Who hates... Oh, there's two guys who hate the melee. So if I do one of these... Zip. It's not perfect, but it does the trick. This might be one of these cases where I wind up just saying screw it to the damage and okay, yeah, that's a crossfire on. So what is this guy packing? He's packing an assault rifle. So given that this is an autocannon, it is actually in my interest to... It's in my interest to increase the distance between me and the target. So I suppose... my second best... I mean, I just kind of accept my fate and It's a showdown between the assault rifles. Okay, at least I'm keeping the distance. And I would ideally like to set myself up for some kind of defense at the end. I really run hot, don't I? Okay. So one last thing that I could potentially try and do is like get my, so see if I, let's see if this is even a possibility. So like in theory, one thing that I could do with my assault rifle is sort of have, well, okay, you know what, let's I'm just going to say let's pretend so let's say I somehow manage to make this work here. And I say we're going to set up the defense. Oops. Okay, this insanity might actually work. Oh, good lord. Okay, this is definitely going to be something I do in slow-mo, but I am feeling really confident about this. Okay, so then we peel off of my guy. Now, I mean, the question is, who do I want to open fire on? There is a bit of an argument for me. Okay, so one thing I definitely need to do is I need to clear the column for the sniper. Let's say I stand here. I get two sets of shots in my current form, so we'll just wait that out. And okay, I just waited out. So I mean, if I wanted to be a jerk, I could. Ooh, this is a little precarious. Okay, it's going to require a little bit of fancy footwork. I think I'm going to get hit no matter what. Excuse me. Okay, so I go the other way around. Again, I got to make sure I don't hit the guy. And I got to make sure I'm clear in time for... Okay, so bullets on the shield. We still tag him. I really want to try and get behind this guy. Okay, looking good. Sniper shot lands. I don't feel great about starting it at this time, but I'm gonna make it work. I'm just trying to avoid getting shot while, Okay. It's like the idea here is I want to just try and unload the shotgun into this guy's back for as long as I can. This is definitely one that we're gonna watch in slow motion, though. So. Sorry, but for the sorry for the employee parking section. For the owner of a Honda Civic, please say. Man, that Blackbird looks great. This is like in the game trailers where you got this guy protecting his ally. Ah, that one through. I probably could have been a little more precise in setting that up. That's a shame. Otherwise, that went according to plan. So this guy is not out, but he is crashing. Okay, that guy's crashing. Oh, it didn't even land! All right. So first thing I want to look at is, ooh, Jesus. All right, that guy's got to avoid damage for the rest of the turn. Okay, so fortunately this guy's going to get it from behind, so he's inactive. So I think it's time for revenge. And again, the aim's going to be to try and do as much damage as possible from behind. Oh, we can definitely afford to start that attack a lot sooner. No, we can't. Okay, let me get the read on that properly. A little early. Okay, that works for me. So it looks like they're going to be finishing their shotgun round. Okay, I get 2 rounds of it. I'll take the opportunity. But they're going to turn around for their retaliation. So the shield can't really take that much more. I suppose. But I mean, the question is, what else am I going to do, right? I'm not sure it's to my benefit. This actually has some implications for... Oh, yeah. So I got to be thoughtful about where I move. So this unit's going to be attacking from behind here. So I want to move this unit to a point where I can maximize the number of attacks from behind. Obviously, my melee unit's going to have to make space. Okay, so... I'll see if I can be cheeky and get another... No. Nope. I get the all clear there. Yeah, and I get a smoking ruin for my trouble. Okay, so if I can, melee strikes. Second best is I guess the second best is just to avoid damage, but I really hate choices like that. So it seems to me my best option here is to take the sniper and get them aiming somewhere. Ugh. Yeah, see, this is the thing about the sniper. I like the weapon a lot, except for the fact that the range really is the sort of thing that... like that, it really ruins the utility. Being able to engage the enemy at those distances is not the easiest thing in the world. Okay, let's watch the magic happen. I think I am going to do it slow-mo again. Okay, so he's already lost his right hand. I really want to know the status on that. Okay, so he's crashing. We don't have anything to fear here. This is still crashing. I guess we never saw what the sniper rifle wound up doing damage-wise. This guy should be starting his first attack in a little bit, although it's a kind of a moot point seeing as it's kind of been defanged. We made the right call sending a melee unit to go take this guy on, although if we don't take him out, we are going to take damage. Alright, so sniper shot's not going to work because he's crashing now. How you doing, Zankoshu? Things are great because I'm playing Phantom Brigade. Probably worth saying that I was given a key for this, so Phantom Brigade may not cure all of what ails you, but I like this game a lot. So even though I was given a key, my enthusiasm for the game is genuine. But as always, it's helpful to disclose this sort of stuff. I mean, I'm happy that thing's down, but there is going to be a slash at some point, right? No? Just gave up? Yeah, no surprises there that the... Okay, so... I can sort of get behind the building in time. Probably not the biggest surprise that the attack's going to be coming from the autocannon. I think the best I can... No, actually, you know what? Let's see if I can make the... Oh, Jesus, he's down to less than... I think we took more leg damage there. All right. Let's try and do... I want to see if I can get a sniper shot on the... Well, not in time, basically. But let's at least set up. Okay, so send this guy over here. Again, I'm trying to figure out whether or not this thing actually does enough damage to justify its existence. Alright, that's a little too close to the target for comfort, so maybe I could afford to move off to the side like this. Do I block my melee unit? No. What I am interested... Oh, damn. Okay, well, that's fine. We just wait for the... Though that'll definitely screw him. Wait till they pass by. Oh wow, I really am waiting that long. Okay, well, screw it. Any shots are better than no shots at this point. This game is like a dance and you have 2 left feet. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm the best dancer IRL, but if this thing works like a dance, maybe Brace Yourself will finally help me get a date. That's a box quote, by the way. Get the bright minds over at the Vancouver offices to find a way to put that on the Steam release. Okay. Again, I'm most interested in seeing what the sniper rifle does here. I think it's next turn that the next round of hostiles come in, so we still have a little wriggle room. Okay, so we set up. Okay, well, did what it needed to. But a persistent bunch. Command won't commit anymore. Drop squads to site. So let's get this over with. 3 new enemy contacts. We're pretty much ready to greet them wherever. Alright. So the first priority is to get my sniper into a good spot. That's a good spot. So I don't have a ton of hope for the shield surviving much beyond this, but we do get another good batch of hits on the... the new arrival with the shotgun. I do sort of need to consider the future in which I don't believe I can do a melee attack. What do you mean I can't fly straight up? He's right there. Actually, what I'm going to do as an alternative, I'm going to set myself up in some cover. So if they ignore it, then I can go in and swipe them. And if they don't ignore it, then I waste one of their units attacking my melee unit. So this is the unit that's going to be hit sort of front on. So I'm going to move the assault accordingly. And I think I'm just going to spend the rest of the time getting a little bit of cooldown, because again I can peek behind the back. So it's a positioning round, but I think this will work out well for us. So I'll try and get it so that we can see the Phantom Brigade. Did we just wipe that thing out on the first round? Oh boy. Sorry about that. That was unsporting. So I'm going to wait out the attack, and then I'm going to try and put some... Actually, okay, let's see what kind of weapon they're packing. So this is an assault rifle. That will be effective at 45 to 66. My own weapon is good at 18 to 33. So it actually makes a little more sense for me to close the distance. Okay, shields up. Shields down. More shotguns. It does look like they want to cause some grief on my melee unit, but I do get to dance around a little bit. Whop. That might burn me up, but it does get me out of a sticky situation. It may also be unnecessary, so let's see if I can get the sniper. I don't think the sniper rifle is going to be able to do things. Yeah, he's already gone, so if I just do a Hail Mary sniper shot... No, he don't have the heat. Okay, well... Then it's time for my assault rifle. So I should be mindful of the fact that there's going to be a whole lot of shotgun shells running across the battlefield here. So it's not the friendliest environments in which to operate. It's the best I can do in the circumstances. We'll follow up just in case, and I'm also going to... So I'm putting some distance between myself and the... sort of the shots. Oh, you know what? I might even be going more into the line of fire. Yeah, so that's definitely a danger spot. I'm not feeling super comfortable with it, but I guess the question is, what do I want to do with... So if the sniper's going to be useful anywhere, it's probably going to be... Actually, it's going to be on a roof. All right, I really want to see how this clown show winds up going. Stop! Stop, you fool! What are you doing? Alright, he's down. Peekaboo. And now it is time for some unnecessary damage from the assault rifle. "25-second battle, 745 damage taken, 4,929 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems on site, 82 actions planned, 1337 meters. As far as I'm concerned, no, never mind. 5 units destroyed, no parts, and 220 supplies. So a couple of beans for body parts. This might get interesting. Basic reactor we probably won't use. Excellent gyro. This one's surprisingly intact. So 4 Elbrus. So I think we got a whole Elbrus body out of that. A standard assault rifle. I don't have too many hopes in terms of using it, but you never know. Actually, 2 assault rifles. And we have used empty plating in the past. Yeah, so these body parts might see some use. I don't know, how do you guys feel about that particular battle? There's a couple of boneheaded moves. The problem on this one is that it's actually kind of inconclusive as far as the sniper rifle goes. If I can land it, it really does the Lord's work. My one worry... So one thing I really like about it is its short... Oh, crap. Its short firing window really works for me. I know I only get to sort of fire that thing once a turn, but I think I'm gonna give it one more shot. As far as the rest of it, I think I'm pretty happy with my loadout now. So plan as usual, fuel processing plant, town. Now it's going to be the war memorial, and we'll move on the next province when we can. It's actually also one of the first times where I've looked over at the time and have not. So usually when I wind up playing this game, I'll look over, and the first time I look at the timer, I'll see it's already the 3-hour mark. It's about an hour 40 So I'm feeling slightly better about time going by. So I have a quick message to deal with, as you probably just heard, so please forgive me for peeking at my phone. Alright, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. It says medium difficulty. Expected approximate difficulty of the enemy doesn't take level or number of your units into account. Closing in and committing to a fight would allow for more precise estimation. Level of the units in this area. Level affects weapon damage, unit integrity, and pilot resistance, so be cautious about engaging enemy sites and patrols with a level considerably higher than yours. And we'll suit up. Okay. Well, let's go window shopping. Because we are now considering the sniper rifle, let's at least give it some color. The bubblegum gun of death. I'm debating between going for the officer patterns or the Greyhound. I don't know. Officer B kind of fits the look. Oh yeah, it's not livery though. We need to play around with the parts. So we got a level, it looks like a level 5 Nox medium on it. I think we already decided that the arrow wasn't what we needed for it. We might get a little, oh wait, I think the speed went down. 1823 versus 1860, yeah. Those Elbrises aren't gonna compel me one way or the other. While I'm considering sniper rifles, we had another one. I think it was actually the one that turned me off. Oh, this is left items. So I think the Midway was the one that turned me off of snipers in general. I don't know. I feel like with these ones, the idea is you do as much damage as possible in the volley. I think damage per second doesn't really mean a whole lot for sniper rifles in this case, because it's basic. I mean, I'm going to be firing this thing once a turn, basically. Twice if I'm lucky, but I think it's fair to say that I should consider that I'm firing this thing once a turn. Which actually, maybe that raises the more interesting question. So if I bring the marksman rifle back... pretty sure it was the baseline that I was rocking. So that thing I could usually get about 2 per turn out of. Assuming that everything hit. So yeah, I don't know, like... that's potentially 900 damage around versus 561, and I don't have to move as far away. I'm going to keep a closer eye on my sniper rifle this time, because I have a feeling I'm probably going to go back to the baseline. What kind of arms? Ah, yes, the beans. Lower overall integrity, and the mass isn't really all that good. Oh, it's because of the mods. Experimental armor line favored by invasion forces. Use of heavy metals is offset by lightweight Kevlar and ceramic inserts. Overall performance is on par with M-class armor available on the commercial market. Repairs can be complicated by low availability of compatible fabrics and ceramics. Use of corrosive adhesives on some of the fused layers. Yeah, I don't know. We got about 200 on our arms already. Doesn't give any better heat dissipation. It's actually worse. One does slightly improve my does slightly improve my mass, which will improve my speed overall, which is all the more important given the fact that I need to get this unit moving around the battlefield, and I can't afford to dash as much because of the... Oh yeah, that's another thing I gotta do. So, I have a feeling that I'm actually sitting on a lot of really cool upgrades which are hiding on the body parts. So actually, I have a way of fixing that. Sorry guys, this is going to be a little tedious for... No, tell you what, I'm going to do that between battles. Sorry, there is one other thing I want to check on Behemoth, which is legs. So the Elbrises don't inspire anything. I mean, well, this is slightly better heat dissipation. I will admit, I was actually really surprised that I could get equivalent... excuse me, equivalent heat dissipation off of these legs, but there you have it. Thinking empty plating's empty plating. I'll allow for the possibility that there's a better assault rifle here, but I have a feeling that it's gonna... Yeah, that's not really inspiring me. Now again, we're going for speed on this guy, so 243 and 202. See, this is a tough one. The right arm, like the right arm, is the real problem on this mech. Because if you take out the right arm, then like this whole thing exists to run around the battlefield and lay down as much fire as possible. So if I can somehow get better heat dissipation on it, I want to take it. Or alternatively better heat capacity, but if you have a low heat dissipation, then that just means that the time you spend walking around the battlefield doesn't really do that much for you. The problem is that I'm already really cutting it close with the weapons. Like if you take his right arm off, the medium weapon really doesn't do that much. So we've got our hydraulics. Items don't get mods. We've already got a capacitor in. No, you know what? Please tell me I have a passive heatsink. Okay. I think I can make this better as soon as I get my hands on a passive heat thing. Well, I mean, I could unequip the secondary weapon, but why would I? I think you have to put something on... Yeah, I don't think you can have like an empty slot, but if I wanted, like, I could pack a light shield and probably make it faster. What do you... I guess maybe I'm not following where you're going with that, Sankoshu. Why are you thinking I should remove items? I guess I wanted to make it effectively... Well, I mean, my Firestarter is already mass 1, so I actually don't think there's any other item that I could get that would make my thing lighter. No, yeah, so for number 1, like, mass 1 is not going to make that big of a difference. I think the best I could probably show you would be... I know I've got some mass 3. I'll see if I can find anything with mass 2. Now here we go. So this SMG is twice the mass of my existing sidearm. So this would basically be equivalent to me. This would be equivalent to me removing the sidearm completely, and it's about half a point of speed. Now I really hope I can remember. Yeah. What I really want is a passive heatsink, which I'm 99% sure that I have. If I do an active heatsink, that's going to drain power, and I do like having this thing as speedy as possible. I don't think any of the stuff that I found is going to help the lance. Oh, that's right. We were debating whether or not I wanted to put the firewall up. So yeah, the shield's definitely taken a pounding on this guy, but it's actually worked out pretty well, so I'm going to hang on to that for now. And those skinny arms might actually help my... no, they really don't. Okay, we'll leave the team as is. Dropping in, command's getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. 5 contacts on the field and no additions. So this is not the friendliest environment for my sniper. I think the best that they can hope for is to get a good spot on a hill. I was complaining for so long about the range not working out, and this is the one time where... Okay. This is going to give me an example of how this thing works in suboptimal conditions. Oh, cool. So I do get 2 shots with this thing. I'm trying to make this as early as I can. It's basically just so that I don't run the... I mean, there's still a small risk that this goes into the side of the building, but again, this is definitely going to be the time where we see whether or not the sniper rifle's worth it. Does anybody want to attack? Okay, so there's 2 sets of attacks coming on the melee unit. Let's see what these guys are packing first. So we've got a cannon... Right, 5 units. So, assault rifle. Okay, so a trio of assault rifles and cannon. We got Sir Robin tactics going on here, but... Oh! They're not attacking the melee unit. It's just because the melee unit's standing in front of the wrong guy. Okay, let's just make sure that this works out first. So, run through... Everything that's targeting the melee unit is going to hit the wall. Okay, it is a small risk, but I can't quite get the granularity I need to really... Okay, that height difference is gonna do me in though. It's because he's coming down the hill. Okay. Do I really have to wait that long, though? Okay, if I just close the distance, does that get me anything? I'll take it. I hope I don't screw myself doing this, but okay, does anybody hate the quite a few people do. So I like the idea of running the Hermes up. Yeah, okay. So up to the side, just in time for the shots to finish. Close the gap, and then we get... I don't actually believe that the chance to hit is that bad. Okay, maybe it is. And then, in the worst case scenario, we duck behind this building, following on the following turn. And that leaves the lance. So I can actually make life a little bit easier for my other guys by sending the lance up the middle like this. And I suspect they're not going to be able to do anything meaningful this turn. But I figure we can bounce the tanks around. Okay, so I am a little interested... Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough turn. So just in terms of things to pay attention to. So, okay, so the melee strike happens at the end. So I'll watch this kind of standard speed up until the first sniper shot, because I really do want to see how that turns out. And then we'll switch over to see how the melee attack goes. Okay, so they're going to be shooting... Okay. Cool. It's good to know for next time. What happened over here? Oh no, he's just stepping on something. Okay, so we managed to connect with the tank as well. Ooh, that was a beauty. Oh, I'm happy. Okay. So this tank's crashing this turn. I guess we really need to see who's attacking. Actually, my first priority, can I get any more use out of... So this thing's a sitting duck. Yeah, so this thing's still going to be crashing. So what I'm going to do is we will wait for the time it takes to get another shot off. And then I'm going to adjust my position. I think most of the main action is going to be happening sort of in the middle of this column here. That is demonstrably not true. There's actually guys running around in the middle there, so maybe... Yeah, that's about as good of a repositioning as I'm going to be able to pull off right now. It's not ideal, but it'll work. Is anybody attacking? Yes, but not in a really credible way. So I can use that to my advantage. So there's two things. This is where the game gets kind of interesting. So if I do something like this, all of a sudden my ally doesn't like me very much. I feel like there should be more opportunities for me to cause enemy-friendly fire. Okay, actually, the most wonderful thing that I know I'm not going to be able to do would be if I waited out like this. Ooh. And at the end of the round, I wound up just clobbering the two of them. Don't even care. I just want to see what it would look like. Okay, they won't let me. The second best, I just got to protect myself from the retaliation. Yeah, I'm already long gone. So sort of a passive use of my melee unit, but I am going to get to swoop around and savage this tank on the other side. So as far as I'm concerned, this tank is toast because of the sniper. So this mech is in play, although we really did a number on its front torso. Okay, actually, so that raises a question for me. If I run up like this... So that should probably be enough to knock that that guy out. Okay, I'm running a bit warm, so we'll step back for a bit. And that tank winds up... Tank's giving me dirty looks, so if I can get behind some cover, so much the better. Okay, so he's still in the range. The nice thing about the Hermes is the fact that I can actually run it around without too much of a penalty on the subsequent shots. But I don't necessarily want to have to just move it for the sake of moving it. So this should hopefully be unnecessary, but I mean, there's not a whole lot else that I'm really going to be doing with the team this round. So I think that's everyone accounted for. I do kind of want to do it in slow-mo again, just so I can see how it all turns out. Yep. I'm missing all the cool stuff. I messed up the heat a little bit. Okay, he's out. I always do this. With my assault rifle, I always wind up just punishing the side of a wall. At least the last one got him. He's not down yet. Melee unit's getting away with murder. This guy's ready to eject. So it looks to me like we only have two units left. This guy's down. This tank should be down. We've got the sniper in position for this hombre. Wow, that's really sensitive. Okay. That's fine. I can still wait out the shot, and then I just get in a slightly better position for the follow-up. Nonsense. That's got to be because of the overlap. Yeah. So I'm gonna guess that's probably enough to see this thing through. You know, the better move for me probably is just to get behind some cover. And looks like the melee unit's kind of got a free rein to bully the tank. Zip. As a precaution, I'll put the shield up just in case something happens, but I'm quite confident in my... oh, actually, you know what? Melee unit may not see this thing through. We'll give it to the end of the turn, though. This one I don't see a huge reason to do it in slow-mo, so I'm gonna be zoomed out a little bit just so we can see the sniping work. This guy tripped over his ally. So that thing is still around. Looks like he is going to go after the melee unit as well, so zap him with the short-range shot. This guy's still going for it, huh? I admire his persistence. I wish I had a work ethic like that. Look, I have a dream, okay? And one day, I'm gonna be able to get to the top of one of those buildings. Alright, so I'm a little curious to see how the... This is purely overkill, but I will just stand in position in case the tank decides to do something funny. Who doesn't have orders? Oh, right. I'm actually quite fine with him standing there. Okay, he's down. That thing is still up. Okay, if you don't surrender this turn... You're kidding. Okay, so I'm going to blast him with the shotgun, and if that doesn't finish the job, I'm going to boot him into a building. 25 seconds, 37 damage taken, 4,430 damage inflicted, 49 actions planned, a little over half a kilometer traveled. This is actually a lot smaller than I thought it was. 3 units destroyed, no parts, 177 supplies on site, more Elbrus body parts, composite plating, that might be interesting. Basic reactor I'm almost never going to use. The sensor I might use. So I haven't made a lot of use of the Helga body parts. The fact that it's a level 5 suggests to me that I probably won't use this one either, but I suppose it's nice to have. It's a nice to have. I'm less convinced that the assault rifle... I mean, we're getting more assault rifles, but I'm less convinced that these are going to be the sort of thing that I wind up using. Yeah, and it's all common, so it's... I'd say somewhat remote. Okay. Now here's something that I want to do. This is going to get a little tedious. But what I want to do here... So I'm actually just going to do it on all the rare stuff. So I've got an improved heat sink. I basically just want to strip out any parts that I think are going to be useful out of the... Actually, no, I should do that on all of them. Nope, I just need to do it on the rare ones. Active heatsink. And what I'll adjust the livery, or if I can adjust the livery, maybe I... I guess there isn't a, like, remove option. Never mind. So basically what I'm contending with here is I have a haunting fear that I'm missing out on some otherwise good parts because they're on old upgrades. So what I want to be doing here, so for instance, we've got a scatter stabilizer. Now I'm probably not going to use it. But it is relatively rare. We just did this one. And the thing I'm particularly looking for are passive heat sinks. Bingo. What does it currently have? Right sensor. No, we already did that one. Ooh, that's a big one. I think we already did this, but it doesn't hurt to double check. I can live with basic plating on that. This is the old behemoth. Oh god, another... What am I doing to myself? I'll give you a basic capacitor. Okay, and then, I mean, let's be honest, this is not going to turn any heads, but I'm basically just going to make like a level 1 out of everything, basically because I can unit. I actually didn't need to equip that, but I think it will be the same story with, yeah. So improved heat sink, heavy plating, hollowed plating, improved heat sink, basic capacitor, multi-purpose stabilizers, regenerators. There's a passive heat sink. There's another. Man, I've got so many passive heat sinks that I've just been... This is worse than I thought it would be. I do kind of wish that there was sort of a strip all parts option. I will confess that raises its own difficulties because I have been comparing a lot of parts sort of with its reality. So like I generally have a better idea of how the part system works now. And so I think I'm going to be able to make some more meaningful apples to apples comparisons. So, you know, the idea of having an offense. So if I know that I've got a rare part which allows me to equip an offensive subsystem, that means I'm going to be able to put a passive heatsink on, you know, on one of my units. And that's better than, say, you know, something that, you know, is like basically you have your measures down. Well, actually, no, I guess those measures are included in the... Yeah, okay. There's a couple of things I need to work out, but generally I have a better idea in terms of how I can get a little bit of extra mileage out of my existing parts. I'm going to say I don't need the sensors. I could be wrong on that. But I think the... I think the fact that some parts I always seem to have been using no matter what, I think a lot of that is accounted for... Oh, God. Yeah, hydraulics are definitely worth something. So the fact that I've kind of always had the same parts, and I've sort of been stuck with sort of technically lower level items because moving them away from other, like basically what seemed like higher level parts, for one reason or another, I've always kind of moved away and kept the lower ones because they seem to have better stats in at least one special case. I think that's just mostly attributable to the fact that I've got these parts. You know what? I might actually wind up using the beans for something else. I don't need to strip those quite yet. Yeah, so like the VDAR H. Well, you know, there's a level 4 now, so they're getting a little old. I'll leave them be for now. It's like, I wouldn't take this thing into battle. It's level 1 and everything, and it's kind of a pair of medium guns. But what this is potentially going to do is open things up for my... Well, I'll wait till we get to the start of the next mission. That's when I usually usually check things out. But yeah, basically what I want to make sure I do in future is when I know I'm equipping new parts, be sure to strip the existing part of some of the things that I think are are going to be what I want to take along for the future build. And right now, passive heat sinks have been helping me a lot because they're less of a drain on power, which means an improvement to mobility. And I don't need to rely. So I've been relying on capacitors more, not necessarily because I think the capacitors are better, but in the absence of something that will give me better heat dissipation without the power drain. So I think the biggest beneficiary of those passive heat sinks getting recovered will be the Hermes. Okay, so you currently have a defensive subsystem of empty plating. That's exactly where it should be. The AR1 standard is not an improvement. You're currently packing excellent hydraulics. Alright. Ah. I'm gonna try this. Well, actually, I don't have to go in blind, so this thing generates 90 heat a shot. I've got 2 of them, so that's 180. I'm just trying to think, excuse me. I'm just trying to think, what kind of capacity do I have? Let's give it a trial run. I can at least replace it with an excellent capacitor. I'm debating about whether or not I want to... Oh, Jesus. Man, I went crazy with those. Okay, I'm a bit happier with what I got right now. At some point, I also need to build sort of supplemental units because this is getting a little ridiculous. Just all these things sitting in the... I'm going to do one other pass when we go into the battle. I didn't see if there were any better weapons. Oh well, I did a quick check, but I won't make it as elaborate of a breakdown as last time. And if you don't mind, I have a little bit of my dinner that's been sitting and looking at me, so I'm gonna take a quick nibble of it. Oh, okay, that doesn't change my plans too much. So it turns out I didn't need a bite of my dinner, I needed a glass of water. Okay, sorry about that. No, I don't want to be famous on Twitch. Okay, so let's think about the next few rounds. This is really inconvenient. New reinforcements on wave 2. Do we only have... Okay, this will be interesting. So we only have 2 people to worry about. Oh boy. I mean, it gives me a fighting chance of being able to do something. They kind of want to murder this this unit right away, but I do think I get to open fire. Oh, so that capacitor was doing something. That's good to know for next time. Okay, so we get behind the building in time for there. In time for some safety, and then what we'll do is we will wait them out. Then we move back a little bit just to put them in range. Sure, whatever. I don't actually think that changed that much. So I didn't notice that they were going for my sniper, but it turns out that the same house winds up protecting me there. Now, the real question here is, can I get the melee unit to come in and do something interesting? I feel like with the right timing... I feel like this winds up... Yeah, this winds up with friendly fire. I really feel like I should be able to get away with this. Okay, so let's say as a second best. That works. All right, I'll work with that. I am a master at hitting the side of buildings, apparently. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over with, and done with. Okay. Yes, I suppose there's the saving grace. I can, in fact, hit the broadside of a barn. Yeah, I think he's gonna get away with that. Okay. This isn't doing me any favors to be here, so zip. I think if I do another primary, it's going to burn me up, yeah. So I can just make an escape. No, I can't. If I dash, I bet I burn. Yeah. Yes, they basically get the full shot on me no matter what. That's a pity. I don't know what I think I'm trying to do over here. They're just gonna... Okay, let's see where the reinforcements are coming in. Ooh, that's inconvenient. Although may work out for my sniper in the grand scheme of things. Okay, so... Run up like that. For my shield, I'll prep. I don't actually think I really need to prep, but just in case. I was hoping that would work out a little differently than that actually did, but... Okay, one, that's going to be hilarious if I wind up destabilizing him as a result. Number two, that's actually kind of helpful for me too. It's not exactly in the range where I would want it to be, but... So wait it out a little bit. And then we'll make our move on the reinforcements. So I mean, it would have been nice to be able to do a little bit more on the reinforcements, but I'm gonna take the Hermes. Run them up the side. And try not to do one of my patented wall attacks. Okay, so give them a quick shot. And then the rest of the turn should be spent getting into position for... I think probably just... So I can't really stand on any of these roofs, I don't think. I can maybe double check. Holy crap, really? Learn something new every day. But yeah, I kind of need to... I think I need to prep for being involved in a sort of fights kind of going up this street. So I want to see the damage on the melee unit, and I also want to see what happens over here. Oh, so they don't bonk into each other. Okay, he's still up, sadly. This guy's down. And looks like there's a big collision that happens. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so the only viable target is apparently the Hermes. Works for me though, especially because it looks like somebody wants to put some... Oh yeah, I can actually also find out what these are now. So assault rifle, and an autocannon. So pretty much ideal for the circumstances. So what I'm going to do here with my lance, I'll find out who doesn't like them first. Okay, set up there. So shields up. The whole move, regardless of what kind of damage we wind up taking, is just going to be to get into position to fire as many shots into the back of the enemy as possible. So that hits the wall. I'll maybe give it a little extra lead. Okay. That's kind of going to be how the rest of this turn gets set up too. So they can afford to do at least one dash with the... Oh, actually, hang on. So we still need to clean this guy up. Who does he want to attack? Okay, he's coming after the melee unit, so that's all the more reason for them to get out of dodge. I did not do myself any favors with this setup. Physics, no! It's the closest I can get to crossing that distance without taking too much damage. So, now that we know the sniper needs to finish the job... I can't believe they're actually out of range. Okay, that's too much work. That might just be where they need to be. Yeah, nice clear area, so we'll wait it out. This is actually not that bad of a spot for me to do the rest of the round either. So I just want an idea. Oh, actually, never mind. That is a bit far. Yeah. That's going to take some work, I think. Now, is there anything more interesting I can get this person to do? Yeah, actually there is. So we wait out the attacks on this side of the building while my melee comes in to strike. I can move between buildings and just try to avoid any potential crossfire. It also gives me a chance to do a sneaky little move like this. So basically, while I move from cover to cover, I'm laying down fire on the enemy units. So most of the action's going to be over here, but I do want to see what happens on the back. Oh, Jesus, that was a swing and a miss. Okay, connection didn't happen. Looks like they've changed priorities. And they're now within range on the sniper, so I gotta be a little more careful with this unit. What this is mostly going to boil down to is just making sure that I get them in my sights while they're quote-unquote reloading. Obviously, I am in much better shape than they are. I can sort of afford to take some hits. Okay, so that does the trick. And they'll want to reply immediately afterwards, so I will dash and deny them the pleasure. Or dash into like the perfect spot for them to hit me. Maybe I don't need to dash. Maybe I can just walk. Hopefully I can walk. Okay, so shot, walk around the edge, and I take all the damage. Okay, this probably doesn't need to be as hard as I'm making it out to be, because I don't need to wait. I shoot at them and then dash behind the building. No, it still doesn't work. Ah! I'm pretty sure I can't. Ooh, that's a hard target. Yeah, I still get a wide shot though, so. Okay, well, while I'm moving through, at the very least I can I can give as good as I get. Let's take a look at what's happening on the more interesting side of the map. Okay, so I can either stand and deliver. This guy didn't take a ton of damage. Or I can be a little more cautious. So it starts at about 1.4. If I just go for a round 2 on this, it finishes at 1.9. Okay, so that's like half a second where they're able to... I think I'll just be a little more cautious. But what I will do is set up a shield so that after the excitement happens over here, I can start charging forward. Okay, so I'm going to deliver a melee strike on this unit, which may possibly knock them down, but there's no guarantees. They're going to reply with a short-range attack. So the best thing I can do for my melee unit is to just get out of there. If I do a jump, I burn myself up. If I walk, I wind up taking shots to the back, I think. Nope, there's a building in the way, so I wouldn't say it's the most secure position I've ever been in, but I'm not crazy about that. I think I'll take my chances with the structural integrity of the building. It's not like I don't have allies that can't... Well, looks like I gotta wait a little while at least. It's a pretty straightforward move for my rifle guy. Would be helpful if I actually shot the thing where it was standing though. So I can't do 2 in a row now because of my rather questionable decision to get rid of the capacitor. I'm probably going to bring that back into the arsenal. And I think we'll just leave the... I think we'll leave the tank alone. We're pretty... Oh, that was a beaut. Okay, this guy's at least got to be ejecting. So assuming he has anything to do, let's get him up on this rooftop. This rooftop will probably be useless, actually. Yeah, screw it. There's nothing for me to do right now, so... Okay, so they're still going to be attacking. This guy's taken out. Well, this doesn't require a whole lot of thinking. I could, of course, play ping pong with the tanks, but... One thing that worries me a little bit is I may not have enough room to do my magic with the swords. Okay, there's an outside chance I can make this work by moving over here, but I still think it's like the premise is me taking damage. Like the whole premise behind that move is me taking damage in the optimal range from an autocannon, which does not make any sense at all. So what I'll do instead, we'll get, run up a little bit, get a shot on the back because I can. Do a small switcheroo with the assault rifle. That doesn't seem like a very smart idea, given the shotgun. This is just dash so that I can get it done quickly. Alright, looks like I gotta use the short range weapon for this. Ooh, even then. Alright, well, it does what it has to. That's kind of all I can hope for right now. Fortunately, I didn't nail my own guy. He's still active. What's going on over here? This guy's going to eject. Okay. So, almost certainly... There's almost certainly nothing for this sniper to do. The question is if I can more efficiently run in and shoot this thing, or if I can just run in and step on it faster. Oh man, and they just really hate that melee unit. Okay, well, that's fine. Just make sure the melee unit's well out of the way. And technically I can set this up to do more shots, but I don't see how two primary weapons from my my main fighters. Yeah. I already do enough overkill that I'm trying to learn a little bit of restraint in terms of how I finish stuff off. 30-second operation, 613 damage taken, 6,280 damage inflicted, 95 actions planned, 1.3 kilometers moved, 4 units destroyed, 260 supplies. Some level 7 beans, so we might wind up with some upgrades out of that. The beans haven't quite been working for me so far, but you never know. Almost certainly won't use those assault rifles. Kidnapped! As you pass by a small village, one of the residents calls to your base for help. When you come out to see what's happening, you find him, nervous and harried. They took our people, he says. Please, you have to help. After one of your pilots helps calm them down, you find out that there was a peaceful protest broken up by troops. They bundled the protesters into the back of one of the trucks and nobody has been able to track them. That happened yesterday, the man says. I'm worried sick. The pilot turns to you. What do you think, boss? Reckon we can track them? So they can't have gone far in a single day. Find an enemy base that the civilians were taken to, or no, time and resources are too precious for this. Obviously, we're going to help the civilians. Although we are stuck salvaging for the next little while. Hopefully there isn't a timer on this mission. So presumably this is the base they're talking about. It could be that there's something way out in the mountains. We'll see. I'm gonna have another bite. Sorry, that was a bigger bite than I anticipated. Okay. You've tracked down the civilians from the small village. This is the base where they're being kept. The only thing between them and you now are these enemy soldiers. Rescue the civilians. Okay, so the bean medium, overall not bad. Big problem with the mass. But then that's because I put the... Right, that's because of the empty plating, so... but... Well... The heat dissipation is better. So... Let's see what happens if I put empty plating on this thing. So we're 2602. $25.03. I think I'm going to put the Blackbird on somebody else's mech, though. And then didn't I have an offensive substitute? Yeah, so especially given that I've got the passive heatsink now. Oh, that's... I think I used up all of my top tier capacitors. Well, that's fine. So it's technically a lower level, but I think this is a better... I think it's a better overall mech for what I want to do. But it does also mean that we have some funny business to do with the others. So this guy's sitting on a Nox M right now. This Blackbird is slightly lower. The heat dissipation and power aren't where they need to be on this guy. Okay. I'm a little surprised. I'm pretty sure I can't put the Blackbird on the Lance and still keep the weight that I want. So the last candidate would be the Sleipnir. So they're currently on a Nox medium, high-level Nox medium, but... Oh, Jesus. Alright, well... The Blackbird will go into storage for the next little while. I am a little surprised, but that's what the numbers are telling me. Oh yeah, I should also be taking a look at the arms. So, really? So the Helga Heavy is actually better. Oh, because of the empty plating. There's a lot of interesting choices here. Okay, so if I give this guy... Huh. It's only the left arm. That's an improvement. Okay, well, I'm really split on the Helga and the Bean. So the Helga doesn't help my heat dissipation, which is probably one of my higher priorities for this unit. The Bean is... No, well, the Bean is still more defensible. Actually, oddly enough, I could put the Blackbird back on this thing and just made it even faster. Okay, so why did I want to put the Bean on this one? The integrity goes down, but not really. Heat dissipation goes up by a lot. Okay, I'm going to give it a round with the Bean. I don't think the 1 speed reduction is going to be the end of the world. But I actually want to see whether or not that heat dissipation carries me through. Man, this Helga's pretty impressive in terms of its performance to mass. Alright. CR2 on the field. What's taking so long here? Surround them and finish them off. 5 contacts, no reinforcements. But they're all mechs. So we've got assault rifle, assault rifle. Oh no, sorry, there's a tank here. Assault rifle, assault rifle. This is one weird looking tank. Maybe they always look like this and I just never noticed the end. Okay, It'd be nice if I could get to some kind of a vantage point. Weirdly enough, I actually think I could possibly perch on the side of one of these things, but... Nonsense. Oh, wait, because I'm moving. Yeah, and here's the problem. Too many buildings to shoot through, so unless I get on top of a building, it's basically as if I'm not even here at all. I'm pretty sure I can't fire my gun just after doing a jet. Ooh, and I start when... Yeah, I start... and I picked the one spot where I'm probably gonna miss. Good lord. Okay. There's a couple things I can do to try and make life a little easier for me. That's more like it. So I finish the attack at the end of the turn, too. Okay, so next unit. So it's kind of funny the different priorities that lead me to put my people in different areas. So, for instance, for the behemoth right now, the main priority is making sure that they get into a spot where they're able to do sort of the most effective work. The melee unit, the Sleipnir, is a different beast entirely. What their moves are largely about is making sure that they don't take too much damage as they move in to be able to do what they want to do. The fact of the matter is, I'm not entirely sure these buildings offer as much cover as I'd like them to. But I suppose this might be interesting. So if we move them up here, they're still shooting through the side of that building. So when I go over the edge, I need to hope I don't get popped by my sniper. Okay, just missed it. Oh, I was really hoping I could give him a welcoming... Yeah, oh! We don't connect this turn, though. I hate doing these kinds of moves, because this guy and this guy next turn, if not this guy as well, are going to clobber me. I'm still going for it, though. What I'm going to do is I'm going to position everybody else in a place to try and capitalize on the positioning. You know what? I bet I just blocked everything. Okay, is there anybody I can throw shots at in between? Maybe. And you know what? I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring the lance up the middle. Not eject. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, nobody's taken damage so far, which is good. And looks like the connection doesn't get made until next turn. So, how many people are going to hit this unit after they're done? Basically everyone. Okay. So, this is why I moved my lance the way I did. So move him up, wait for the shot to finish. Actually, screw it. I want as much of a building between me and the enemy as possible. Yeah, sadly, I wind up... Actually, you know what? Is it really all that much worse if I wind up burning up instead of... Ooh. Trying to do a very specific dance here. Okay, so these folks are equal weight. This is a much more intelligent move, I think. So it lets me walk away and cool off. Okay, so in the meantime, I keep pretty sure I burn up if I... Okay. So instead I throw my shield up. It's going to be a bit of a weird move, but... No, it's not going to do what I want it to. Okay, like I said, a weird move, but I've accomplished the two things that I want to do, which is to throw out as many shotgun shots as I can against the back of whatever enemies I can. I throw up my shield and I start bullying whatever mechs I can. Just my luck, this is the other heavy one, but I have my shield up, so I still have an advantage. Okay, so I got to get the Hermes out of the way. I think it's more effective to have them in the middle of the fight, though. Oh, actually, looks like there's two sets of units that want to do me harm. So I'll wait it out. Then we'll get back in play. I know I can afford double shots, so. Okay. Remaining question is, can my sniper do anything interesting? Quite a bit, it seems. And I think the most useful thing they can do right now is make that tank miserable. In fact, ideally, they'll make that tank non-existent. Who else is... Alright, well, if I can, I want to push that up as early as possible. Nope, actually, I want to push that back as much as possible. You know what? Screw it. I'll do a close range attack on this guy who's very clearly coming to threaten me. So the reason why I backed off of that was I don't really want to hit my tank with the... sorry, roll tank, not actual tank. I don't want to hit it with my most powerful weapon. Is there anything more interesting I can do with the... not really. Okay, that's a lot of damage I just took on my side, but looks like we did some pretty... I kind of wish I did that in slow-mo, actually. That guy's going to eject. Although we might take him out. Huh. Okay, well, he's just going to stand there and take the shots to the back. Be a little careful to play defensively with my melee unit, but if I can, I'll make it a chance to really mess with this guy over here. Oh, interesting. So they're leaving this guy alone. So the question is, can I do any more interesting sniper stuff? It's not the best shot I have, but it's not terrible either. You know, there doesn't actually seem to be a major reason for me to move my melee unit at all. Give it a little while. Move to the other side of the building, just in case. This guy's going to eject or possibly get shot down by my melee unit. And everybody hates the tank. But she's a big girl, she can handle it. As a precaution, I think what I'm going to do is... Ooh, actually, this is going to be a little trickier than I thought. Yes, this guy may not be in position for the sniper shots at all. I think it's still best to have the shield up. I think I'm really debating about whether or not I want them to come to me. This is a gross way of doing it. It'll do the trick, though. Okay, let's lock it in. Alright, that guy who got taken out. still seem to be okay. So sadly, that guy didn't get the chance to eject after all. Does anybody want to attack the melee unit? Not in the way I'm worried about. So we're going to move her up. Again, they shoot walls. Hey, we can make it work. Ooh, and we get to a safety position immediately afterwards. So let's try and get my unit to relative safety. Okay, so honestly, most of that spent shooting at the wall. I don't see much reason in doing that. So wait out the attack. Assuming they're around, I just resume what I was doing before as soon as I come around the corner. Alright, that works reasonably well. I think we need to get a little bit closer to the action, but otherwise I'm okay. I'm not entirely sure that helps his aim, but... okay. Sadly, everybody's within the cone. I mean, the good news is nobody's threatening me. The bad news is I don't have a whole lot to do right now. I will do the best with what I've been given. Okay, so the incoming attack, that's pretty much right away. I'm probably going to wind up losing... Ah, okay. The attack may be coming in right away, but I still have an edge. I can just straight up run into him. So I'll wait out the duration of the attack. Go right back where I came from. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, well, this is a chance for my sniper to do something that they don't normally do when the heat is appropriate. Looks like they're going to be moving. Okay. So we'll do the sidearm for however long it takes. The ideal here is going to be to... This is just trying to make the most of my heat when I can. So then I'm going to try and get a little bit of... Well, I want to get as much distance as I can between me and the enemy. And at this point, I kind of want the shot to go up. So basically, you can see my optimal range, right? Here it's only 42%. That's not great. But it's what I've got, essentially, and everybody else is going to be moving into position. I am really annoyed with my heavy. So I was under the impression when you threw up your shield and went running into someone, that gave you sort of like a weight bonus. But in any case, they're going to start their turn by shooting at me. So I'm going to get into... basically I'm going to get into position for a later turn. And what I want to see about now... not good. Okay, good. I don't hit him. So I don't exactly want to mess with the sniper, but I do want to get myself into position for a melee attack next round. And then the Hermes, which basically can just zip all over the battlefield, or at least is designed to. Let's say I want to get him over there. Oh god, that's beautiful. Shield's still up. Still going for it. So they're coming after the melee unit this time. So melee can actually dash back. It's the only attack that they do, though, so... But the narrow columns kind of screw me, so... Yeah, that's just not happening. So, zip to safety, and we let the rest of the team take care of it. Yeah, that's both in range and only gets better. So basically we're just going to set up a gauntlet. And ideally one that does not catch my own people in the crossfire, but... I think that's about as hopeful as I can get for it. I think he's done. Cool. So this would have been normally where I wrap it up. I actually do have some work that I need to get done, but I do want to try that war memorial, and I think we've been doing a pretty decent pace of liberating a region per stream, so let's try and get a little extra in. 30-second battle, we took a lot of damage. 1,309, we inflicted 6,917. 100 actions plan, a little over a kilometer traveled, 4 units destroyed, 252 supplies on site, more bean body parts. These might be pretty good. Civilians saved. The civilians are so happy to see that some of them... to see you, that some of them weep. We didn't know if anyone was coming, one of them tells you. Will you help us get home? Shelter the civilians. They'll be safe in the mobile base until you reach their home. Excuse me. Get the civilians to their home settlement. Obviously, we will salvage as well and do some repairs. So it looks like we need to make a small detour, but that's fine because we were actually kind of planning... So the original plan was to go, oh, freedom! You have successfully liberated the province and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable once one of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of the other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. Give your pilots the night off and some booze to blow off steam. We lose 6 hours, which we're going to be spending on repairs anyway, 200 supply, and we reduce 100 fatigue. So again, we're already going to be spending that time. I'm taking the view that I actually need to go back to the town. And again, the plan was originally, we didn't know about this location, we didn't know about this location. So the plan was originally going to be from here to here. Now it's going to be from the War Memorial over here. So the fact that I do a small detour to the town, technically I'll lose the fatigue that I'm earning. But I'm not too worried about that. Especially because we may wind up getting some for liberating the townspeople. And if nothing else, I just learned something for next time. So we'll move to town. If I find out that event doesn't require you to do anything, there we go. Home sweet home. There are cheers and tears as you return the civilians to their village. Many people come and thank you. Your pilots look pleased too. It's nice to see the good that our work is doing, one of them says. It's easy to forget what we're fighting for. But you won't be forgetting these happy villagers in a hurry. Plus 15 hope. And now we go to the War Memorial. War Memorial. You approach with caution, but the coast is clear. There are more abandoned mechs here than you could see from the road, and they seem to be getting more numerous the further away from the road you get. Oh, I know where we are, your pilot exclaims. I heard that there were some memorials from the old war out here, but I've never seen them. If we have time, I'd love to pay my respects, another says. Runes, as your mobile base trundles towards the memorial, you hear a commotion up front. It looks like some enemy troops have set up a shop in the memorial, creating some kind of base here. We can't let this stand, says one of your pilots. This was meant to be a peaceful place, but we have to evict them. Right, boss? Of course, we're suiting up. So I'm pretty happy with how the Hermes performed here. Good mass, not too much. We give up a little bit in the overall. The overall rating, not a whole lot though. I don't think I can afford to switch out the right arm though. It's too heavy. This is an interesting one, but again, the high... Oh my god, it's 2684. So I'm not going to do it, but just out of curiosity. Wow, we're almost at 28 on this guy. There's obviously higher priorities, but that is really cool to see how much we can get out of that. Okay, excellent hydraulics. The left arm is currently rocking empty plating, which is what I want. Blackbird legs. Those are new. So it claims lower integrity. How much you want to bet if I put some hydraulics on this baby? Crumbs. Okay. Now it's an apples to apples. Yeah, so these Blackbird legs are better overall. They kind of look like parachute pants. Okay, I'm dying to know. We get an even 28 out of this thing. Cool. Oh, we got a new sword. You know, this assault rifle's not terrible. The things I don't like about it, so it's a longer interval, more shots. And the range isn't as good. The overall damage in the volley is pretty good. DPS is lower. Yeah, so I mean, there is a world in which I potentially equip this, but it's not quite what I need right now. Yeah, the Hermes is looking pretty good. I mean, so I'll admit the overall shape I'm not 100% on, but as a mech, it's looking pretty good. Okay, so the Helga. So first thing I need to look at is what kind of mods we're dealing with here. So it's got a multi-purpose stabilizer. The thing is if this thing's going to be running with a... but the Behemoth gets the Blackbird body. So the heat dissipation is not as good. I can make this work, though. Oh, Jesus! Yeah, so the speed is actually really helpful on this one. Because the... it's all about moving to the spot where I'm going to be able... Basically, the range problems I'm having are being mitigated by the fact that I can get there so much faster. And the thrusters are a bit better too. Okay. No point looking at the pistol. No new sniper rifles, so being heavier and worse heat dissipation. I think that's going to be the story for everybody else. It's because of the active heat sink. So if it has an offensive subsystem, it is in the running. Okay, so the Nox heavy. The thing is that even if I change out the heat sink, I think the mass takes me out. This thing's too skinny. Well, if I get rid of the hollowed plating, I bet I could improve it, but okay, so we're Nox mediums with hydraulics. So if it doesn't have mobility subsystem, there's no point in looking at it. So these heavies have better intake. Okay, I am actually really curious because this thing's currently sitting on an excellent gyro. So, just for curiosity. Yeah, so still, the others were still better. I probably just threw away a really good, excellent hydraulics, but I know how to get them back. Okay, well, I'm still happy that we can distribute the gains a little bit better. I kind of feel like the Sleipnir's been given the short end of the stick in terms of the upgrades. It is actually also helpful to know that some of these things, when it comes to defensive subsystems, I can probably get a little extra mileage out of throwing throwing some... what am I trying to say? Like some hollowed plating, if I think mass is a problem. Out of my options, though. So the Helga is... So this is the weird thing about the where I am right now. This Nox medium that I've got has got a really high integrity. Like, just the particular set of... bonuses that I've been able to apply to this one. It's currently one of my strongest centerpieces. So, like, even if I switch out a Helga Heavy, what am I really getting out of this? The integrity, when I include the barrier, is lower overall. It's heavier, and the heat dissipation's worse. There is the small benefit of the fact that the thruster power is higher, which I suspect will probably help me with some of my melee attacks. But I'm not entirely sure a marginal improvement to thruster power is really the thing that's going to be... Like, I'm not really sure that's what pushes me over the edge here. This other Nox medium is a little tempting, especially because with the offensive subsystem I can switch out the multi-purpose stabilizer. This is actually, yeah, this is probably one of my old bodies here. The integrity's not as good, the power's also not as good, so I suspect what will happen is when I actually take a look at that system, I'll see that my overall speed is higher if I have this medium. Nothing to change on that side, but I am curious about, so the cut we haven't chosen, the line, slight decrease in exchange for range, and whenever I've been faced with that decision, I always go for the power. Okay, bean is too heavy. Everything's gonna be too heavy. I've got a hollowed arrow. Okay, again, I'm just gonna do a little window shopping. Hollowed, what about empty? Ah, crumbs, where's my old arm? Looking good. Nuts. I gotta find all the ones with hollowed plating. Oh, wait, I still don't have empty. Okay, this isn't exactly an apples to apples, but let's... Okay, so 139.79 versus... Okay, now that they both have hollowed inside of them. Okay, sorry, I'm not paying attention, so it's an, what are we looking? Hmm. It's like an 8-point difference for the barrier. It's like a 9-point difference for the... Sorry, 19-point difference for the integrity. What surprises do we find here? Excellent hydraulics, which pretty much everything that I put on should have. I think I already ran into this question. Is the heat dissipation worth giving up a substantial amount of my leg health? I think my answer to that was no. Okay, sorry about the time I spent thinking about that, but it is the safety of my melee unit. And the lance is kind of getting the hand-me-downs, but the lance is also really working for me right now. So overdrive and yes. Yeah, it's really the Helga that I'm going to wind up working with. So slight boost to mass. Ah, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, if I were to consider these against each other, so overall defensibility is lower, improvement to... Oh yeah, no, this isn't even a question. Okay, items almost certainly are not going to be in play. And the arms... Well, let's not give up on the arms quite yet. This is still a pretty good arm. The dissipation doesn't quite work for me. It'd be cool if I could get an idea of what the... Like, the fact that you can throw the pieces in, but you can only really do it when it's on the mech, really messes with my ability to sort of evaluate the differences between the two, because I feel like some of these Helga arms would actually really help this particular mech. I think I'm going to stick with what we've got here, though, unless we got some better legs. And I think another time I might sit down and do a proper audit of my parts. Oh god, we're already an hour over. Alright. Dropping in commands, getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. No reinforcements, 3 enemy contacts. This should be pretty straightforward. Oh, we've also been on a map like this before, so this should be pretty straightforward. It'd be slightly better for me to target the... targeting the guy going straight forward. In fact... No, he's going to be targeting me. So, close the distance. I find it really hard to believe it's still just a 80% chance to hit this guy. Like, it's almost to a point that I wouldn't consider taking the shot. Okay, so if I just stand still and I shoot at the first thing that I can. And like, I just kind of go wild on whatever. Okay, well, I wind up hitting the sides of buildings and it's probably not useful, so that answers that. Still not a great shot, but it's better than the other one. So here's how I think I'm going to handle this. We walk it off. He doesn't get to do anything else that turn, so... Ooh, lucky me. Now it'd be nice if I wasn't going after a target that was moving like this, but I'm working with the world the game has given me. So that's the marksman accounted for. Looks like the Hermes is the subject of abuse. So that's actually kind of straightforward to deal with. So I get to hide behind the wall for a little bit. They may actually wind up blocking my allies, so I think I'll take the long way around. Again, the wall's gonna save me. And the question is, does anybody target the melee unit? They do not. Okay, so I'm gonna get the lance to move up like this. I'm gonna get the Sleipnir to move up like this. I'm gonna be a little cautious on how frequently I use my dashes. Is there a world where I'm able to deliver the... probably not. It seems like it should work, doesn't it? Oh, don't do me like that. Oh. Okay. I think that pulls me out of range, though. Yeah. I just want so desperately for that to work that I'll just entertain some of the most absurd ideas. I think it's better that I just admit that it's not happening this turn. So my next best is to... Well, hang on. Before I just like write this off, if I approached from this end, dashed ahead, obviously I'm gonna have to move around all the other things. Maybe not immediately after the dash, but... Okay, well it cuts off my stronger attack, but... Oh, this game's got a sense of humor. Okay. It gets me what I need. Okay, so we'll take care of the lance next. Really, for the lance, it's just a question of how quickly can I get them involved. The sniper may not be able to take out this unit all on their own, but I expect they will get close. So... I gotta be a little careful of my ally, but... Okay. So you know what? Second best. No zipping around. I'll just get them in position for the next turn. So the attacks that could come after this unit are this side and this side, so I don't want to end them in between the two over here. So really, the rest of this is just about figuring out where I want to put the... I mean, they kind of just wind up doing a big circle, but the important detail about that circle is that it keeps them out of trouble. Okay, let's... I mean, the sniper's probably the most interesting part of this, at least at the start. Cool. So I don't think that's enough. Yeah, it's not enough to take him out. I wasn't expecting this unit to be the one to attack my melee. So, as always, I kind of hope that I'm able to do a follow-up. And it often winds up being too toasty. So I do wind up taking a little damage, not catastrophic amounts. I run a little too hot, so what I should do with my sniper is get them set up for what the next shot's going to be. I think they can actually afford to go pretty deep into the parking lot. I hope that's not... Okay. So I was going to tighten that shot up, but it actually looks like that's exactly where that needs to be heat-wise. Okay. So nobody's going after the lance. That is a little surprising to me. Let me just double-check that. Oh, no. So that makes my job pretty easy over here, actually. I'm curious if I can get in closer for... not without putting myself at risk. So... I suppose as a curiosity I could put my shield up like this and then... So I'm just going to rely on the barrier to do the trick. I've gotten in the habit of throwing my shield up as a precaution just in case the barrier gives out. I'll admit, one thing I'm not crazy about this turn is how passive all of this is. But the tank does kind of seem to have me suppressed a bit. So this is where the Hermes should come in and... You're kidding me. Ah, they're finishing their attack. Okay. What a perfectly annoying strategy, but it's effective. It keeps... So the thing is that the Hermes is kind of the playmaker because everybody else is suppressed. This is, again, where... Like, the thing that's so funny about Phantom Brigade is because you can kind of predict everything... you always sort of think is like, oh, well, what is the AI thinking? I could totally destroy them doing that. And it's, the answer is it's because you have, an in-game reason to know everything your opponent's about to do. Like, what do you think is the result? Or what kind of results are you expecting? I don't think I can get number 3 in, but let's see. Yeah, not happening. I was thinking maybe I want to put some hurt on the tank, but I'll resolve that next turn. I'm just trying to think if there's anything interesting I can do with my unit. Yes, after the... So this is the funny thing. I'm relying on the concrete to keep this unit protected, but thinner concrete to keep my... So I put the shield just in case the concrete doesn't hold, and yet I'm doing nothing to defend my Pele unit from 2 sets of units attacking over there. But yeah, I mean, I'm working with what I've been given, so... they just own their own guy. Okay, this guy's still going strong. So they are going to go after the lance. So I'm going to wait it out. I'll toss up the shield to respond to the retaliation, and then get to work on this side here. I think the sniper really only has one job now. This is not an easy shot for them to make, but I feel like they're able to position themselves to sort of make make their usual target miserable. Thanks in no small part to its nice fancy new body. I am running them a bit hot. All right. A shot's not going to complete this turn, but it'll get me what I need. Okay, so that's 2 groups taken care of. I suspect, yep, the melee unit's still a favorite target. Oh, they're ejecting. That's good news. I'm gonna have to start my attack a little bit late just to make sure that I don't damage the goods. I'm gonna have to start my attack a lot late so I don't damage the goods. That's interesting because, I mean, they've taken some damage, but they haven't lost any parts yet. So I'm a little curious how the game models that. I'm assuming, like, there's a side of me that wants to say each of the pilots kind of has their own parameters for like self-preservation. So there are some who are like, okay, there's just no way that we're going to be able to see this thing through, while others are maybe a little bit ballsier. But I actually have no idea how it works. It's intriguing though. Like I will admit, I'm really interested in the fact that the opponents kind of have their own reactions. As, I mean, I suspect you might expect on a battlefield, right? Probably not everybody who's piloting the tanks and the mechs are necessarily going to have the same responses. I am getting a little tired of having my melee unit hide all the time, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait. Oh no, there's 2 sets of attacks coming in. Well, hang on. Surely I... If I can predict the enemy's movements, surely I can come up with something a little more exciting than what I'm doing. Okay, so priority number 1. We will... I'm not entirely sure this is all that more helpful. This is my very slow way of trying to get in on this guy. It's still up. Okay, now he's fallen over. And he's ejecting, so no point. A good lot of scrap out of that. So I think we've probably had some of the most ejections out of the War Memorial site. It is a place of peace. So 22nd battle, 418 damage taken, 3.2 thousand damage inflicted. Well, okay, 3,246. Damage inflicted, 51 actions planned, 620 meters traveled, 1 enemy unit destroyed. I think that was the tank. 61 supplies, no parts. So Helga, an assault rifle, which I'll probably never use. Again, a bunch of Helga and assault rifle. Nothing on the tank. Yeah, all pretty standard parts. At this point, pretty much all of the benefits that we're getting. You approach with caution, but the coast is clear. There are more abandoned mechs here than you could see from the road, and they seem to be getting more numerous the further away from the road you get. I know where we are, your pilot exclaims. I heard that there were some memorials from the old war out here, but I've never seen them. If we have time, I'd love to pay my respects, another says. You come upon a quiet memorial. At the center, a slab of concrete has the names of fallen pilots etched into it. On the ground, helmets are scattered, with weeds growing through the burned out cracks in them. You and your pilot scramble out of the mobile base and have a moment of silence. When it's passed, one of the pilots leans over to you and asks, "What do you want to do now, boss?" "So we could investigate. There might be more here than meets the eye. Leave. You can worry about the dead once you've looked after the living. Or salvage. You gain a scant few supplies, but your pilots don't feel good about looting a memorial. Let's spend 2 hours checking it out. And let's also get some repairs in." I think this is the first time it's told me that I can't salvage, but then it's also, this is like a special event, so we'll let the investigation run through. Because I want to see where this is going. The investigation successfully concluded. Does it actually tell me anything, though? I don't really do that much with the black market. Okay. No. Attack squad? Interesting. I wonder if that means that they're coming after my own guys. A question that we will answer next week. So it looks like, while I don't... Okay, so here's the deal with Phantom Brigade and all of the other games that I do. If I had it my way, I would stream every waking hour and, do all of the games at once. But obviously, I have a few demands on me. So just to give you an idea of what's coming up in the oncoming week, because there's a couple of small changes. Tomorrow will be, hopefully, the first... okay, actually, sorry. Let me start. So Monday has usually been dedicated to strategy games. I really like Phantom Brigade, and actually the challenge that I have for myself is not turning this into an exclusive Phantom Brigade stream as opposed to, like, not doing it enough. So it's fair to say that if you like Phantom Brigade, you will at least see that once a week for the foreseeable future. And it looks like we're doing about a province per stream, so this one took me a little bit longer, but in general, that's been about the pace that we've been managing. So, I'll reserve the option to do other games. Obviously, I like Industries of Titan. There are also other strategy games, and there are games that are not made by Brace Yourself, I am told at least. But I think for the time being, Phantom Brigade is in there. Obviously, there's the key for promotional purposes. I like making sure that I do a nice, fairly, substantial run of them. I do get that I'm a smaller broadcaster, and so the value is sometimes in that longer tail of broadcast as opposed to having some massive reach. But I also hope that maybe the smaller format will also give people a chance to decide whether or not the game is for them. So I think probably it's fairly safe to anticipate Phantom Brigade on Mondays. If it changes up, I will do my best to telegraph that as early as possible. On Tuesdays, I do a pre-recorded video. It has been the Elder Scrolls games. So I started with Arena. We went through Daggerfall. We've recently finished Morrowind. That was actually last week's broadcast, and so it's not been the best secret, but I am moving on to Oblivion now. The challenge is that I did notice a copyright notice from Twitch for the episode that I uploaded. I have a feeling that the Elder Scrolls theme has copyright claims on it. So traditionally, the way that Twitch handles this is it mutes the copywritten parts. But I did do a quick test to see whether or not I could actually do a VOD with that video. It doesn't actually seem that it really worked all that well. So I am going to try at 7 o'clock tomorrow to do the first episode of the Oblivion broadcasts. If that does not work, what I'll probably do is I will probably rebroadcast the final Morrowind episode. I actually noticed a couple of people who wanted to watch that couldn't. But one way or the other, the first Oblivion episode will be available on YouTube. And it doesn't look like the subsequent episodes are affected by that. So if this Tuesday isn't Oblivion, the following Tuesday will be, but it will be in progress. Actually, I've recorded more than one episode, and I'm really enjoying the game. But I'll leave the reasons why for those videos. Now, people have mentioned that they really like Hollow Knight, so that kind of seems to have an established day on the stream as well, sometimes 2 days. But I was given a chance to broadcast a game. It's a sort of a space sim. And so I'm probably going to try and work that into sometime this week, even if it means that I need to add another day to the week. So I may also do a broadcast on Thursday, but I'll try and work out those details when I know them. And of course, not to undermine the other really good Brace Yourself game, Industries of Titan, which is a game I'm very fond of. I actually don't know when the most recent update for that has been. That's kind of been the reason. If it feels like that game has sort of fallen off of the stream, it's partially because I completed the session, and in completing the session, it actually took a very long time because I was insistent on continuing that one, that one mission with, even though I was really chugging along in terms of the speed with the game and such. I've kind of been waiting for I've been waiting for an event to come back to it, but it's been long enough that maybe it's time for me to just bite the bullet and play it again. So you can look forward to that. But yes, I will. Who's online? Night Valian is online, so I am going to leave you in his capable hands. I know it's kind of been almost always Night Valian for each raid lately. It's not. Largely it's just because he has been live when I'm going, and some of the others. So Apocalypse, for instance, isn't online. Ponce has sort of had an adjustment to his hours and that. So partly this is reflecting the fact I have been going a little bit longer sometimes on these. But honestly, Night Valian's a lot of fun to watch, so I hope you guys enjoy it. I'll see some of you tomorrow hopefully for the Oblivion vodcast, and the rest of you either Hollow Knight or some mystery games coming down the pike. Until next time, have a good night.